Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 15 allies. We're going up against 39 enemies, and we are off. Mono Bear is in first place. Gator Paws is in second. JR is in third. Mono Bear has Kill Iris. Interesting. I would have the one Raphael Shen has. I would have seen that as the Shinobi, not the Barbarian. Alrighty, we are done. We have won. Gator Paws is in first place, 10 kill, 7 assist. Raphael Shen is in second place, 14 kill. Mono Bear is in third, 10 kills. We've got Berserkers, we've got Lego heads, we've got nobody claiming those. So, Mono Bear gets Legos. Decanizer goes Berserk. And we move on to the next map, which is the super boss. So we start with a hard battle on the way to the super boss. And let's see, what do I have? I need to place warrior. I need to kill range. I need to place berserkers. Okay, so we're going to start with the berserkers. I don't see, actually, I do see range in there, but we'll see what happens. Alrighty, it is past 8 a.m. Time for me to visit the shop where ferries get purchased. I am above 20k. I get a refresh. I'm above 25. I get another refresh. I am above 30. So that's a refresh. And that is that. So half an hour to see how this will turn out. Oh, come on. Really? Why did you move? Time to visit the shop. Viewer side shop where archers get purchased. I am above 50k. I'm above 55. I am above 60. I am above 65. And I am still above 70. Yeah, that wasn't good. Alrighty, that is that. Okay, I'm really annoyed. I mean, unless it's just at the wrong location. Okay, what happened here? actually spent morning doing this. All right. Okay. That's actually not too bad. And good morning, everyone. And now you're not working? Really? Button, where did you go? Oh, I'm really... I spend the morning dealing with this to make sure that I wouldn't be delayed. So why aren't you working now? The time to deal with this. I'm really getting annoyed with that. Alrighty. Ugh. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week. For those of us who work under that schedule, I hope your Monday your Monday went well. I hope you are energized. Really? Come on. For the rest of it, my morning has been good until now, until I've had the photo app do something weird that made the OBS do something weirder. So now I've got no idea what to do with that, and I don't have the time to deal with it, which is why I had thought I had dealt with it before the day started. But hey, Akla, welcome to the stream. Today it is read and comment. Read and correct. For those who are new with that, this is when I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. I am recording while that is happening, so I will be ignoring the chat. And if the recording runs long, the Stream Raider battle will be delayed. Actually, which reminds me, let me check something on this side right now before I forget. And how are you doing, Ekla? I hope you are doing well. I hope your day's going better than mine. Alrighty. Alright, so I will start to minimize the delays by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will open that up. Okay, trying to figure out how to organize your notes without having to rely on some super complicated structure that will hyper focus on how this works, not using it. I wish you luck. Will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 74 of The Captain's Heart. And yeah, got my notes, forgot to add something I realized I need to add. The high-pitched shrill pierced his brain and brought an end to the hunt before he could close his jaws around the neck of the Frotharothen and taste blood. I don't need it. Taste blood. His hand searched and closed around the collar. He had the earpiece in before pressing it to his throat and grumbled, "I'm off shift. This better be about the ship second away from blowing up." Huh? Jeremy mumbled at his back. It might be as bad, Alpha. The use of the title was like claws in his chest. There were no reason for it, for internal trouble. Well, wrong. Jeremy's sleep slurred, and he reached back to reassure him with a touch. Proceed, he instructed, fully awake. The leadership is requesting to talk with you. I pointed out you weren't on duty. They ordered me to wake you. Not that the leadership ever cared for what schedule the others were on. Tell them I'm on my way. Shift them to my office before they can protest and have Girani manufacture trouble so they can't contact you to complain. What's wrong? Jeremy asked, also awake. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to wake you. The leadership needs to talk to me, and I can't tell them no. If Tom's warning, that's something else I will have to find a place to add in previous chapters. Not if Tom's warning of backroom grumblings were true. And his friends' contacts were really wrong. He wished they had more information. Go back to sleep. You have any idea how hard that is without you? He nuzzled his heart. I'll make sure you wake you in a way you'll enjoy when I get back. He suspected he'd have plenty of frustration to work off, and sex was a good way. I'm sleeping, Jeremy said, turning on his side and letting out comical snoring. He reined in his desire to show his appreciation and got dressed. It wasn't like whoever needed to speak to him so badly would smell him, and the bridge crew, as well as the entire ship, already knew what he and his heart got up to. Beta Mongartis Obitelazan nodded to Galran's office door as he stepped onto the bridge. Other than him, ears were folded back, which made him think the attempt to avoid dealing with the leadership in his absence hadn't been successful. He knew this was trouble as soon as he saw the face projected over his desk. The scowl wasn't needed. What's the big deal, making me wait like this? The male demanded. My apologies, Admiral. Thromakarim Omer Rita Mill sell Staffe. But I was sleeping, and my apartment is among the living quarters. He could have taken his call in his office there, but he wasn't giving anyone among the leadership that courtesy. You could have hurried at least. Not if you were Berthe Rostafe del Goromer himself, he thought. He suspected that being named for the god who took on others' burden had caused the male to sour at the expectation he would be the one always doing others' work. What can I help with? The male snorted. I don't need your kind of help. You can explain how it is the Earthers have lodged a complaint with the Federation about you kidnapping one of them. I haven't kidnapped anyone, Admiral. Oh, so those Earthers broadcasting about you and some Earther having some romantic things are lying? Jeremy's my heart. Since when did Earthers broadcast on Federation frequencies? It would be the only way anyone on Kelser would have heard them. The Admiral snorted. Oh, I'm certain that's what you told him, so he'd bend over for you. The growl mixed with his word. Are you claiming I would lie about something like that? You do whatever you want. Isn't that what you hunters do? Make messes of things, then claim the gods made you do it? Like going to an Earther station just to dip your cock in some random. Be careful, Admiral, he snarled. Attack my heart and you attack me. I am your superior. What the fuck are you doing? Were you doing there? Gagarin took control of his anger. Pissing off the Admiral wouldn't do him any good. If the mail went too far, he'd find recourses under the gods' law and see how he felt about them then. I was tasked by the Federation to investigate. You don't work for them. Kelser is to provide assistance to the Federation when required, he recited. They have to go through Channel. They did. They contacted the Alpha best position for the hunt, and after reviewing the request, I agreed. They are supposed to go through military leadership. The man was going to destroy his voice at this rate. Hunters are a recognized combat and hunt combat and hunt trained force recognized as a combat and trained force by Kelser Command. As such, Alphas have the authority to accept hunts on one of Kelser's partners offers. It wouldn't always be like that, he suspected. The military would eventually succeed in bringing the hunters under their control, but hopefully not within his lifetime. Split loyalties was the reason, according to Tom's contact in the back rooms. Yeah. As if being loyal to the gods wasn't also being loyal to Kelser. Well, this is what comes of acting without leadership approval. The Earthers are demanding that you present yourself and answer for crimes of assaulting a station and kidnapping one of their citizens. I didn't kidnap anyone. So you did assault the station. Keeping his ears from folding back at in annoyance proved too difficult, so he added the eye roll. They were holding a Kelserian citizen against his will. It was my duty to... What citizen? There's nothing in there about a Kelserian. My heart. The Admiral eye roll was mocking. He's an Earther, he said dismissively. He is my heart. Another eye roll. If that was how the Admiral wanted it, Gagarin was happy to do it. And Turuk Samian proclaimed that wherever these children were to find their heart, they would be as one. He never meant to include the Earther. He never meant to include Earthers. You are welcome to argue the point with him when you reach the forest, but as it is, the law of hearts follows his proclamation. By being my heart, Jeremy is Kelserian, and I would not leave one of ours at the mercy of a people who believe that in keeping its citizens from loving whoever they want. Right, that. The male snapped on the change of subject as if he was famished. Do you have any idea how long we've been working to bring the Earthers into the Federation? The kind of allies a species with that tenacity and ability to invent would be for us? Since we met, he replied, so over 50 years. In jeopardy because of you. I had nothing to do with the ambassador's findings and report. Oh, I'm sure that's why he's on your ship. Did you promise him a turn with your heart? He forced himself to breathe and keep from snarling. I am warning you, Admiral. Insult me again, and I will seek retribution under Tutankhamun Mungarthian's law. That shocked the male into silence. Maybe now he'd understand the seriousness of his insults. Gagarin was confident they were in part an attempt at getting in his fur, making him lose control so he could use that to claim he was no longer fit to captain the Bane. It would have worked on a younger Gagarin, one who hadn't had to fight with the leadership to keep the Bane already. He'd had to harden himself to their ploy to ensure his yunters were protected from the military. We'll be taking Kerrigrals to task regarding the lies he put in his report. Was his friend protected from the military? He didn't know where the ambassadors were positioned within the command structure. He'd have to check. The male's expression told him this wasn't over, and in the smile that Gagarin wouldn't like it. Well, all that's left is for you to report to Ashgaran administration to answer the Earther's accusation. I'm sure you will have no problem explaining everything away to the judges there. All right. He kept his tone neutral. This was too simple. I'll head there as soon as my duties have been. Oh, no. You are to be there in 2 weeks. The Earthers have obtained permission to travel there, and that's when they will be there. They will arrive. It can't be done. Even if you convince Alexei Nakaran to push the reactor to its limit, it was 4 months to Kelser, then around that to return to the border where the station was located. You are going to make it happen, Captain. That is an order. I have prisoners to deliver. The male waved at his son. I'm sure you have a ship that at whatever station you're relaxing who can take them there for you. Gargaran ground his teeth. I have a duty to the hunters who died under my command to return them home. To return them home. The smile turned nasty. Maybe you should have thought of that before you decided to work outside the proper chain of command and screwed up everything. Make it happen, Captain. Or maybe we need to recall you to Kelser and examine how people like you, like hunters, ended up dead under your orders. Fortunately for Gargaran, the Admiral ended the communication there, and he didn't hear the insult roared at him. That would have given the leadership the kind of excuses they were looking for. He kept screaming, stopping only short of insulting his namesake. Maybe the god of burden would understand, but if he didn't, Gargaran already had too much to do. Hand over his dead to another alpha? That was wrong. There were ballads about what Tutekam Mongartin brought down on those who carelessly tossed aside that duty. He certainly was not doing this carelessly. It turned out there was a hunter ship at the station, an alpha he had heard of but hadn't met. There was outrage at the request. Their outrage at the request was loud. Oh, there was. You know what? No, the outrage at the request was loud. The insult at the person forcing the situation louder, but eventually they agreed to the handover. The whole thing had the advantage of giving Gargaran time to calm down, but it was now first shift. By the time he made it back to Jeremy, he'd be awake and working on the weight machine he was building. He sent him a message apologizing for not waking him as promised. He'd make it up to him later in the day. The bridge crew wasn't surprised to see him. The others would have warned them he might be in a foul mood. Calm, are there any Earthers language broadcasts and Federation frequencies? He shook his head as the beta moved away from the center. He wasn't assuming control. Murositori spent a minute searching, then looked at him, ears straight in surprise. Yes, Captain, I have one. He motioned to the screen. No visual, she said. And that was the update on the hockey championship. For those out there among the Federation who missed that game, the male voice said in Earther. Not that I missed the cold, a female added. For those who follow the politics, President Lawrence gave an address last week in regards to the claims that Earth was no longer being shepherded within the Federation by its Kelsarian allies. Here is what she had to say. He motioned for it to be silenced. Actual Earthers or someone speaking the language? I can't say, Captain. The broadcast isn't using any official tags, and I can't seem to find its origin point. Why would they hide where they are? Hargarin asked. Earthers aren't officially allowed within the Federation, the comm officer said, working her board. I saw one on the station. L'Elgrim Derisek said, and no one acted like his presence was odd. Clearly, there will be exceptions made, the beta said. Maybe he's someone's heart. I'd think we'd have heard if there was another Kelsarian with a heart. Okay, with an Earther heart. Well, they aren't all as strong as about it as we are. Gagaran said, I have no doubt the other species have something like that. Their gods would want them to find happiness, after all. Even the Earthers have something like it. They call it soulmates. He nodded to the beta. I'll leave you to Captain. Muroso, Murosutori exclaimed, you need to hear this. Shaw, every romantic's favorite Earther, the female voice from before said, was spotted on a station at the border of Kelsarian space and Kelsarian and Kesoteran space. We won't tell you which one to respect his privacy, but we can tell you that he wasn't with his heart. That tall and fit Kelsarian who was already something of a celebrity among his people before this. But he was with other Kelsarian, including someone matching the fur coloring of those he was with on the first expedition to a station. As far as we've been able to gather, this time, Jeremy Bradshaw was comfortable enough to break away from them and wander for a time. Actually, Alice, the male said, we have confirmed that two of the Kelsarians are his co-workers and friends. For those who might not be aware, Jeremy Bradshaw was initially sent to the Brave Traveler to help them repair their reactor. It is where he met his heart, and now their star-crossed love blossomed. And how does that star-crossed love blossom? Excuse me, Harry, but isn't star-crossed used to mean something that can't be? And I have no doubt that's how it felt to Jeremy Bradshaw, since Gargaran Salahel Ravnir is a man. But they persevered, and when it came time to leave, the captain gathered any man willing to fight at his side and marched onto the station to rescue his love, who had been discovered, and since the Earther government claims no Earther could ever love one of their own gender, had imprisoned him so he could be sent back and cured of his illness. Says something about Kelsarians that they were willing to brave such danger for love. When the men continued, the tone was mocking. It says a lot more. It says more about the security forces on the station that they'd let merchants march over them like that. But I, for one, am glad not all Earthers are as brave as the propaganda would have you believing. We, at Lonely Branch Broadcasting, have a soft spot for love, regardless of the genders involved. There was a beat of silence. And after such heartwarming story, she said, I'm afraid it's on a slightly more somber news. We now have the death toll from the earthquake on the John Iron mining colony. Emotion for the broadcast to be ended. There had been a lot of information there. Some wrong, but others too accurate. How had they known about Jeremy's friend among the technicians? Mark the frequency as one to be monitored. Restricted Alpha? The bidder asked. He shook his head. It was already being sent through the void to be heard. Anyone who heard it the what? Who heard it while off the ship. I have no idea how these typos slipped in. Would have questioned as to why it was blocked there, and there had been nothing he objected to. He'd have to warn Jeremy about it, since those stories would come back to him in one form or another. He'd have Batrix set his pack to look into the broadcast. Maybe there was something there that could help him if the leadership decided to make his relationship and what had happened because of it the reason for their next attempt. But now he needed to prepare to bring his charges to the Alpha, who would see them home. They drew attention. There was no avoiding it. 7 coffins on hover plates, being guided along by almost 10 packs worth of hunters in their best ceremonial uniform, carrying the banners of all who had already acknowledged the dead, couldn't go unnoticed. He hadn't planned on such display. He'd sent word to get a pack to escort them, had planned on packing the banners so he could hand them over along with his charges. He'd planned on honoring them, but hadn't intended on bothering those still mourning their passing. It hadn't been a bother. They were gathered in Tutankhamun chamber, dressed in their best, claws out, and ready to protect their fallen comrade and him should the god take offense at what they were forced to do. They had set off and gathered an extra person. He didn't know what Jeremy had told Alexiana Karan, but Gargan was grateful for his presence. Let the news reach the leadership. Let them realize his heart would honor the dead the way Kelsarians did. Let them know that hunters did not lightly pass along duties handed down by the gods. Let that be a warning should they think themselves safe. Those waiting were no less impressive. In camouflage armor set to the green and yellow and brown of the forest, sword across their chest, standing guard, their alpha stepped forward. I welcome you, hunters, and your burden. I thank you. It is with care that I ask you to escort these brave hunters who walked into the forest so many could live to those home those home who have yet to properly mourn them. No, okay, to those at home who have yet to properly mourn them. There was no set ceremony to pass on this responsibility onto another alpha. Gregorian was sure there had been situations before where this had been needed, but no alpha prepared for it. It would be admitting they were willing to abandon this duty instead of being forced to. I will see them home, Alpha. Know that none see this as a dereliction of your duty. The gods know this was forced on you by those who don't understand the task that you were entrusted with. It is my hope that the gods will make them understand the error of their actions before I do, for they will be kinder than I ever could. He stepped aside. I hand my charge over to you, knowing they will make it home and to their family. Jeremy took his hand and squeezed it. It helped with the pain, with the anger this being forced on him caused. When the coffins were into the ship and the last of the hunters had departed inside, he turned, and with just as much ceremony, they returned to their ship. And that concludes chapter 74 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alright, I need to look that. All right. Yeah, this still doesn't work. Don't know why. And I don't have the time to do anything with that. All right. So I will start the next chapter right now because, yeah. Confirming the microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image. I am starting the recording and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 75 of The Captain's Heart. Jeremy breathed slowly to calm his nerve, hand on the waistband of his newly printed trim trunk. Of course, today, the first time putting them on, would be the day he decided to do this. You don't have to do this, an amused Thurrock said, putting his pants in the locker and showing far too much of himself, as far as the part of Jeremy still steeped in human thinking cared for. I don't know, another guy said, something just as amused. I'm curious what the captain gets to enjoy in his bed. Why are you here, Quartermaster? Praetorius demanded. Don't you have a long list of people to bed? I need a break from my duties, too, the man replied. But why are you taking that break with us? Turek asked. Aren't we rather lowly for you, Tahan? Leave it, Jeremy ordered and pushed the trunk down. Fuck, feeling the cold air down there did not feel natural. The cool air down there did not feel natural. He reached for the box and stopped. He hadn't needed it for a while now, and he wasn't sure he needed it now. This wasn't him being manipulated into feeling this way. No more so than any other part of the social contract that built a society. And he was part of a society where nudity was considered normal under specific sets of circumstances, which going swimming was one. He put the trunk in his locker, closed it, and turned. Thurrock was glaring at Xenial Herr Tahalan, who looked Jeremy up and down and gave a nod. That was it. Just a nod. He'd at least expected a comment based on the story of the man's sexual exploit. The nod had felt more like an acknowledgement that he'd looked than a statement of what he thought that he'd looked than a statement of what he thought of Jeremy's look. And that made him feel surprisingly better about the men being there. Like Thurrock, he didn't know why the quartermaster was about them. Okay, you know what? I don't need being there. Like Thurrock, he didn't know why the quartermaster was there. He'd reached the undressing room at the same time as they had, with a smile that made it clear it hadn't been by accident, but hadn't said anything. Just simply stayed with them, and Jeremy hadn't had the reason to send him away. The men had behaved civilly any time they crossed paths, and his two gifts seemed to be without strings. He now knew that the quartermaster had meant what the He now knew what the quarter had meant by being Alan, which was what Kilseren called their pirates, and why it caused him trouble, and why Thurrock was suspicious of anything he did, but Gorgon wouldn't let him stay if he was a real threat. I'm ready, he said, trying not to look Praetorius over as he turned to head for the exit. He was lean, and the brown striping on the back, in the black fur going down to his groin and legs. He was lean. Okay, I'm pretty sure I was going his fur. He was lean. The brown striping in the black fur going down to his groin and legs. He only really had his heart to judge cocks by, that's plural. But his looked longer. He had purposely avoided the sex ballads when he'd come across them in the catalogue. Then he was looking ahead, his two friends and the quartermaster at his side. The light blinded him, and he cursed himself for not printing the glasses he promised himself he would. And by the time he could see, he kind of wished he couldn't, as everyone standing stared at him. His hands were over his crotch. Of course they'd stare. He was the only human they'd seen, the only human they could see naked. The box was so tempting to deal with this discomfort, but this was his. He had to own it and deal with it. He moved his hand away, squared his shoulder, and stepped onto the hot sand towards the water. The stares didn't stop. Every new person who noticed him looked. Some openly leered. A few of those stepped in this direction, but Thurrock interposed himself. There was a commotion behind him, and he looked over his shoulder to see the quartermaster sending a muscular man down to the sand. The quartermaster smiled, dusting his hand as he straightened. I explained that you wouldn't be interested, but he insisted that as soon as you knew his short name, you'd follow him home. Thank you. He wasn't sure what else to add. You're welcome. Not even in implication, he did it because they were friends. Either the quartermaster was playing a long game, or the stories about him were completely wrong. The man broke off to whisper something to a woman who swooned and nodded. He returned, sporting an erection and a smile filled with pride. Well, at least partially wrong. The water was refreshing as you remember it, until his balls touched it. Then it felt ice cold. How did having fabric covering them change the water's temperature? He dunked himself, and having his cock floating freely was another odd experience. A good one. Maybe too good. It wasn't floating about anymore. You'd have to avoid standing for a while. I hear, the quartermaster said, sitting next to him, that you can hold your breath for quite a while. Tahalan, Turek warned. You should have brought your mate if you're so needy you think we're all looking for sex at the moment. Not all, just you. With a smirk and roll of the eye, the quartermaster motioned to the water around them. I'd just like a demonstration. 5 minutes sounds like someone boasted. More like an impossibility. Perteros said, I don't mean to you lied, Jeremy, but your lungs don't look that much larger than ours. With a shrug, he held his nose closed and leaned back until his head was under water. He had to raise his legs to keep from floating, and he was certain he looked ridiculous, but it served as a demonstration. He figured he crossed a minute when the people gathered. 2 minutes when the noise of them being impressed turned to dismay. He didn't think he'd crossed 3 when the sound grew concerned. He batted the hands away before they could pull him out. He pushed himself until his lungs clamored for air before sitting up and gasping. 6 minutes, 3 seconds. Someone whispered in awe. A personal best, if he said so himself. I'm sorry for ever doubting you, Prateros said. I'm thinking that story about how you stopped that reactor wasn't an exaggeration, Thorek said. You thought I made that up? Jeremy replied. You know what? I actually don't need that. I thought you were trying to impress an alien you'd only recently met, so he wouldn't question how you went about repairing the reactor. What story? The quartermaster asked. He reached into the antimatter holding chamber to pull the container out. Turok said before Jeremy could. He wouldn't have made it sound like such an impressive thing. I'm not sure I get it. The antimatter was still in its container, right? You pull that out, the reactor has nothing to react. The reactor was in an overheating spiral, Jeremy said with a shrug. The container would have melted if I didn't do something. And then, well, boom. Didn't they install a shutdown switch? The quartermaster asked, dismayed. It was my experimental design. I counted on the scientists using common sense when using it for their experiments. I should have known better. That, Prateros stated, is why the engineer doesn't let anyone touch his reactor. Jeremy pushed himself forward so that when he stood, his junk remained underwater. Well, I didn't come here to talk about work. I'm going to swim. You guys are welcome to have your fun. He paused and turning and looked over at the quartermaster. I'm not speaking on your behalf if you do anything that gets you arrested. I would never get caught doing something like that, he replied. Then how is it you always end up in a cell? Prateros asked. Because I like it there, the quartermaster replied smugly. And then, Zinial Her Tahalan said, the dumb brute of my cousin just stands there, that blade through his arm as if nothing had happened, and slapped the Tahornian across the room. The others chuckled as they ate, which told Jeremy he lacked the context to understand the humor, but he was too surprised by the realization that somewhere along the day in the water, him showing them is in progress. In progress weight machine, and now them at the restaurant enjoying a meal. The men's title had gone away. away from how he thought of him, which meant he considered him more than an acquaintance now. And what about you, Hunter? Xenial Hair Tahalan asked. What has any of your has what has any of your packs done that is stupidity masquerading as bravery? Was that what made the story humorous? Hunters don't act stupidly. Turks replied with enough offense. Virmi was concerned this would escalate, but then he grinned. But there was this packmate on my first deployment on the front line. We were fresh out of training, and I still think the only way he was allowed to leave the training grounds was that the betas there had grown bored with him in their bed. That, or Denirag's in love with him and made a deal with your namesake, Tahalan, because he would walk into the most dangerous situation, utterly oblivious to them, and walk out as if nothing had happened. The disdain that marked his friend's use of the name had gone away by the time they'd left the reservoir. How do you think he's finding the forest? Xenial Hertalan asked. Thurk shrugged. Last I heard, a bit had taken a fancy to him and made him a very personal assistant. Wait, the quartermaster said. A hunter taking advantage of their position? We're as flawed as anyone else. Don't let the fact my alpha is such an honor to his namesake make you think all hunters are without faults. And how is your beta training treating you? Jeremy asked with a grin. Just as well as that old packmate? Thurk groaned. Don't I wish? It's been hours of going over battle recordings. When my shift in engineering is over, evaluating them, how I would have handled them. If not that, it's reading files and having to give my opinion on the kind of hunters they are, what pack they should be in, what kind of deployment would best fit them. He rested his hand on the table. I just want to hunt, he implored. The father to us all has a higher aspiration for you, Zinnia Haltalan said, and received a glare in return. How common is it for someone to be named after a god? Jimmy asked. Not that common anymore, Praetiros answered. It's more common among hunters, Turok said. We are the god's warriors, so we tend to come from traditionalist families. Those who want to protect Kelser, but aren't that inclined towards the god, join the military. You'll also find a lot of them among the Halans, the Tahalan said. But with us, it's because we're trying to incur the god's favor. Which clearly works, Praetiros said, looking at the men pointedly. He laughed. Don't take me warming my namesake's bed to be how it is with all of them. I wasn't the only one my mother named for him. I didn't see any of them when we encountered my family. I know how to please Zinilahan. I don't just expect him to look after me for no reason. So the fact that among my small circle of friends, 2 of them are named for a god, it's not that unusual? Of course not. Thurk said, while Xenia Ertalahan stared at Jeremy. You have to have friends like us in your life. Xenia Ertalahan, Jeremy said, as they exited the restaurant, making the change in status official. It was nice having you hang out with us. The man smiled. You know you can shorten it some more. Take what's offered and be grateful for it before I go back to calling you quartermaster. And you can call me Jeremy Bradshaw. The man placed a hand on his heart. I will honor the privilege you bestow on me. Just don't get any ideas. I have heard what you said about getting me into your bed. That was a me who didn't know you, Jeremy Bradshaw. A me who would have mourned the friendship he'd have thrown away for the simple pleasure of sex. He gave a quick bow. But speaking of that, I did promise this female I met on the sand. I'd visit her today. I have an enjoyable rest of the day. He turned and left. Jimmy waited until he was well out of earshot. What do you think he's planning? He asked his 2 other friends. I don't think he plans, Praetiros replied. He just counts on his namesake to meddle. I have no idea, Turek admitted. From what I've heard of him, he delights in aggravating your heart, but doing that through you will land him in the forest much sooner than he or his namesakes might plan. The thing is that if there's one thing Alans excel at, it's self-preservation. So I don't think there's an ulterior motive for what happened today. At least, I hope there isn't. He's not horrible for Alan. Jimmy nodded. The man was indeed not all that bad. Not as bad. Not at all bad. Yeah, was indeed not at all. Not as bad as the stories he'd heard. And that concludes Chapter 75 of The Captain's Heart. Please tell me I'm on the right screen. Yes. If you have enjoyed this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. Probably well ahead of what's being posted live, what's being posted. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And with that, I kind of forgot the timer. Really? Wait, did I forget to run the battle previously? No, I 31. Yeah, I forgot to run the battle previously. I hate being off my... Hey, Decanizer. It is going to be that kind of day, it seems. Your clock has been updated. Alrighty, so we're going to have an advertising streamer to battle, and I'll be back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 22 allies. We are going up against 37 enemies, and we are off. Katakrak is in first place. Mialfa is in second. Decanizer was in third. Jumps to first. I think I've killed my ranged unit. Decanizer is in first place. Katakrak is in second. Gator Paws is in third. And we're done. And indeed, I've killed my ranged units. Decanizer is in first place. 15 kill, 3 assist. Katakrak is in second place. 3 kill, 9 assist. And Gator Paws is in third. 8 kills. We've got tanks. We've got warriors. We have no one claiming those. So, Gator Paws gets tinked. A supernova goes to war. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to the super boss. And Decanizer, I'm guessing you're aware that Stream Raider is ending. Are you aware that somebody's already working on a spiritual successor to the game? Not what I want to hear. Let's just... Yeah, they have a Discord. I mean, I don't know how interested you are. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. But yeah, I'm on Discord. I'm following them, and things are going to have to go really badly with that game. Like, it'll have to be pretty damn horrible for me not to start it as soon as it becomes available. Uh, like there's no time frame at this point, but yeah, it is coming. Alrighty. Like he's already given us screenshots and stuff like. So yeah. Alrighty, so I will start another chapter, another reading card by confirming that my is on, turning off desktop audio. Actually, I want to fix something. You here. Confirming I'm on the correct screen, and I've got the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 76 of The Captain's Heart. Your heart isn't joining us, Litmir asked as Gargaran joined him and Lil Mary at the restaurant table. He's off with a couple of his friends at the reservoir. A quick scan of the offerings and he placed his order. That must be a relief. Lil Mary said, you were worried you wouldn't be able to make any beyond the hunter you had looking after him. The other is also a technician. I'd like him to make friends outside of his work, people he can do different things with. The siblings exchange a look. We can organize a gathering. The two of us know a wide range of people, and if we make sure everyone also brings a friend, we might cover just about all types on the ship. Gargan considered the offer, along with what it would mean for that gathering to be in private apartments or a gathering room they rented for it. Disturbance laws didn't apply within private locations, which meant that so long as Lil Mary and Litmir didn't mind sex happening, and he knew them well enough to know they wouldn't, it would. He could ask them not to on account of Jeremy, and he thought they'd respect it, but it would also limit who came, which would go against the intent of having as much people as much people as possible for Jeremy to meet, and wouldn't ensure some inebriated attendee didn't have sex. Anyway, I'm going to wait to see how his outing goes. If he comes back down because if he comes back disappointed because he couldn't widen his circle of friends, I'll let you know and we can see about helping him. His food and drink arrived and the siblings made a show of being repulsed by the spicy scent. What's your day like then? Litmir asked. Going to exercise with Berlin after this. Then I have an appointment with Desderan for a massage. I'll go see Alex, since I haven't had a chance to just talk with him since he returned to engineering. Not worried your heart will get in the way of that conversation. Lil Mary said, from what I heard, they don't get along. Your information is either out of date or Jimmy's been lying to me. And I don't believe he'd bother after all the time he loudly complained about the kind of male he felt Alex was. It was mostly the two of them just figuring things out, and while it's not what he'd hoped to do, Jimmy's accepted his role as technician, and Alex is trusting him with more responsibilities. So they might become friends? She said with hope. That might be asking for too much. They think too differently to be able to socialize, and after Dresden, me and Myrtle Tome, after Dresden, Myrtle, Tom, and Crystal are watching the ballad of our Cubs Academy. Right. Learning Center. That is the proper term that I've set up. Learning Center pack are putting on Bronner Sal Elhal Narik's defeat. I remember putting that one on when I was their age, Litmir said. It's a good one to teach cubs the danger of trusting too much in the gods meddling. Gargant chuckled. Only trust they will meddle, and to complicate your life, never to help it. Ilmari smiled. That's another thing for you to say, considering someone meddled so you'd find your heart. His protest died as he thought it over. As much of a headache as just Billiam's meddling had been, little Mari was right that he had gained from it. Still, it's dangerous to rely on the gods thinking you matter enough to them. They'll make sure... You think... It's dangerous to rely on the gods thinking you matter enough to them. They'll make sure you always land in their bed. Unless one was named Ziniel Hair Tahalan. If it ever came down to a conflict between them, Grelgaran wouldn't be sure of a victory until he had the male restrained and off his ship. He would be someone else's problem then. But it was safer to tolerate him and have Zinila Haran help him as well when he pulled the quartermaster to his bed. He blocked, quickly stepped in for a quick strike, for a jab. Then stepped back, blocking again. Another exchange, and Berlin's attention slipped. He was under the attack, had a leg behind her, and elbowed her off balance. She stayed on the mat, panting. I think I'm done. Grogran offered a hand, panting as hard. It was a good session. Showers? I'm going to leave the gym with this smell on. I'm not leaving the gym with this smell on me. Do you have any idea the kind of people who are attracted to the scent of exhaustion? I've encountered a few. That kind of submission can be interesting. She grabbed his hand and he pulled. I don't want someone moaning as they lick me the sweat out of my fur. If they're going to be licking, it's somewhere that they'll get me moaning. They get to that eventually. I'm not that patient. They undressed and entered a stall. They rubbed the water into their fur. Then she turned, hands on the wall, and he lathered his back. How's sex with your heart? Interesting. He chuckled at the memory of the first times. I've looked up their physiology. That looks painful. Intense is a better word, but once it's in, the sensations are very interesting and nice. And what are his opinions of Kelsarian's penises? He turned to lather her front. He's only had mine, and he was never with an earther male, so he has nothing to compare to. You think the difference would matter if he had had one of their males? I doubt it. I doubt it. Jeremy would still only be with him, and he would find a way to make their sex just as good. Done, he offered her his back. And where did you get files containing images of naked earthers? As far as I know, those aren't public yet. He groaned as she dug her fingers into his sore muscle. I know someone. You know they can get in trouble for giving you access to that information, right? She chuckled. Oh, I'd like to see you arrest him. The statement puzzled him until he remembered who had been on the ship until the last stop. The ambassador's a good lover, isn't he? How did you know? He chuckled. There isn't anyone else who's outside my authority. She nodded. You and him? Then resumed lathering him. Once, I consider him a friend, although distance will strain that, I expect. I wish he'd stayed. I thought he would. It was best if he reported to Federation ambassadorial quickly. It was the most he felt safe telling her until he had a better sense of how vindictive the Admiral might be. He might claim that anyone with information were accomplices. He hoped Tom heard from his contacts in the back room soon. Fully lathered, they rinsed, slicking the soapy water out of each other's fur, then used towel to help the air cycle them dry. Dressed, he stopped by his apartment to drop his gym short in the cleaner and headed for his appointment. He moaned again as Desdoran's hand obliterated another knot exercising had given him. You're my last client today, the male said, hand moving lower, stopping on another soap point. You want to come to my place for sex? For some sex? Can't, he groaned under the pressure, going to Crystal's Cub Ballad presentation. More moaning, going back to Jer after that. Desdoran chuckled. Your heart can really keep up with you? Definitely. Another benefit to Earther's stamina, he'd realized. The intense sex hadn't just been due to the discovering of discovering each other's body. Then let me know when you have enough of him. I'll schedule you in. He chuckled. I will. But it was proving easier not to think of his friends for sex with Jeremy's eagerness. It had been one element of only having sex with him that had concerned him. There were no ballads about Earther's sex in the collection he had, so he hadn't been able to get a sense of what he'd be missing, if anything. Gagran didn't consider himself any more sexually active than any other Kelsarian, but he did enjoy it. It was nice to know he wouldn't have to go without, even with only having one partner. Oh, you are in for a surprise. The cubs gathered in a semicircle around the one sprawled on the stage. She was the largest of them, so it made sense she'd been picked for the role of Bronner Sel Helranarik, even if the character was male. She raised an imploring hand and said in the deepest voice a cub was capable of, I honored you. Why abandon me? The character's namesake stepped into view, the cub made to look taller by the thick-soled boots he wore. I am not yours to command, he responded, his voice not going anywhere as low as the female playing the ballad's subject. I made you. I give you my love, but I will not live for you. I meddled. Crystal put her hand on her face, and he patted her leg. Who hadn't said that word improperly at that age? But you ignored me because it wasn't the meddling you wanted. You made war when I set you to your heart. You killed when you vowed to protect. You didn't honor me, Bronner Sela Elahanarik. You did not honor my name. You hope I'd served you. The cub, playing the god, turned to face the audience of parents and friends. I love you, and I honor you all, but never forget that gods live above you. We listen, and if we feel inclined, we meddle, but it falls on you to live. It falls on you to see your heart when one of us places them before you. It falls on you to protect each other. Do not blame us when what you do only advances you and we do not stand at your side. The room fell to darkness. There were startled cries on the unseen stage, then applause rose. The lights returned and the cubs rushed off the stage to their parents' arms. The cub, playing his namesake, hobbled his way in their direction, the boots making running difficult, and Crystal crossed the distance to pick them up. You were wonderful, she rubbed muzzle to pick him up. Why did I say them? Pick him up. You were wonderful, she rubbed muzzle with him. You did much better than I did, Tom said. I forgot half my line and ended up saying that I would have meddled if he'd been nicer to me. Crystal Cub looked at Gulgren expectantly. I wasn't picked to be in the ballad, but I would have made a terrible god. I couldn't have the presence you had. The cub beamed and looked at Miratel. I was the lightning bolt, she sighed. I stumbled and slammed into Bronner Selhel Ranarik instead of just touching him. This I was exaggerated. I have never set foot on a stage since. The cub giggled and turned to his father, who took him from his mother, and the four of them huddled, speaking and laughing. Tom leaned against him, watching the family. You think cubs are in your future? Gregorian watched them and tried to imagine himself with them. He'd be Kreserik, since he didn't see himself searing a cub, but even that didn't resonate with him. I doubt it. I have my heart, my friends, he screamed Holmes against him, and the hunts. Those are all I need. How about you? I don't know. He was quiet for a few seconds. Only if the one I want to build it with wants it too. You'll find your heart. I'm not worried. Tom laughed, attracting their friend's attention. I'm not waiting for my heart. I'll have someone to build a family with, or without them. He rested his head on Gregorian's shoulder, still watching the family. He looked at him and smiled. How about we let them be and go to the leisure alley not far from here? It's been a while since we've enjoyed each other. I can't. I'm heading to my apartment after this. Chair should be back by then. Oh, okay. Tom's expression clouded over. What? Nothing. It's just that he shook his head. It's nothing. He smiled. Let's congratulate the Cubs again. The Cub again. That had definitely been something. But Gregorian followed his friend. Whatever it was, he'd tell him when he was ready. And that concludes chapter 76 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Okay. Let's see about doing some of this work. Let's see if you'll avoid crashing. Battle station. One battle station. We have 25 allies. We are going up against 25 enemies. Gator Paws is in first place. Pizanen is in second. Decanizer takes over second. Shosamom takes over second. Shosamom is in third. Decanizer is in second again. Pizanen is in third. Nope. Shosamom is in second. Gator Paws is in first. Shosamom is in second. Rafaholan is in third. And we slowly travel the map to... oh, and the Kraken is now going to be causing us problem. Well, at least we're done. We've won. Decanizer is in first place, 2 kill, 66 assist. Gator Paws is in second place, 6 kill, 1 assist. And Rafael Chen is in third, 6 kill, 1 assist. We've got gold, and the captain's not there. Which means that Shosamom gets the gold. And we move on to an insane battle on the way to the super boss. And we have one last berserker. Actually, let's check something first. What do you want? Kill epics, okay. One, yeah, I might get 1 or 2 in here. Depends on how things go. But yeah, half an hour to see how this turns out. So that's done. What can go here? Don't want it here, but now we're on to that. I'll be right back. Let's confirm this is correct. Yep. Alrighty. So I will start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. Why do you keep doing that? Up here. I need to see what's there. Correct screen, correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Knights, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 27 of Stepping Wild. Tibbs headed for the next room with care and reached the cache halfway to it, without encountering traps or creatures. It contained a pair of workers' leather gloves in dark leather, in a darker leather than the armor. They would offer little protection, but were better than nothing. Furman had worked out how to arrange essence within the cache to make the void that contained the item harder to notice, but he hadn't taken any side path to get that loot. Tibbs didn't want Furman to realize he could sense that and work on hiding them better. He remained alert as he set off again, aware the lack of traps and creatures could be the dungeon's attempt to exhaust him with worry, but it could also be to cause him to lower his guard. Furman was clever, and being the dungeon, he could adapt faster than Stowe did, who often needed to wait for Ganny to tell him how Tibbs had worked out something. He made the next turn without incident and sensed a shift in the wall ahead, announcing a creature was about to step out. This time, he watched and studied what he sensed as the essence pooled within the larger trunk. Life mixed with wood, some earth, and some earth, water, air, light, and even less metal, and a little of essences he couldn't identify. The trunk's bark didn't part as the essence pushed against it. It bent around it, adhering, and as a foot became recognizable, then a leg, the bark becoming the woodland's skin or armor. It stretched around the upper leg without thinning, then the torso. The trunk didn't run out. Its bark flowed, essence remaking it as quickly as it covered the creature. A hand now, then an arm, and as more of the torso pushed out. Then it stood before him, a fighter in a bark version of leather armor, which included a helmet. Where did you get the shape for the helmet? He asked before he stopped himself. Then continued, I doubt one of the villagers walked in wearing one. I made it? Furman replied, sounding puzzled. The armor protects the body. It made sense the head should too. So it's just a coincidence it looks like most leather helmets. I guess. It wasn't like there was a lot of variety in the helmets or armors Omega wore, but it still thought it was the guilds going for the worst type they could get. Maybe it was simply that until other materials were added for extra protection, there was no point in anything fancier. The construction of the woodling was interesting, quite different from Stowe's creatures. Where Stowe's were had them simply filled with life essence, and the added ones held where it would be used, earth at the surface for armor, air at the feet for speed, and so on. Furman had the essence around the body in something that represented a person more than a thing. Water and life flowed through the channels that could be those blood, along with life, flowed in through his body. Stones were bars in the center of the limbs and torso, much like bones, although they were without the shapes of bones, and were connected to where they needed to move by bubbles of air. The metal flecked the edge of the wooden sword, while the shield was light and pooled. While the shield what? Was it only wood? And light pooled in its head where Tibbs felt the sight node was. Did it need it to see? Are you going to just stand around and admire my work? Furman asked. Then the woodland charged, keeping Tibbs from asking about the light. He raised for his sword, reached for metal essence, and where was it all? He stepped aside with a curse, the tip of the woodling sword scratching his armor. His return swing fell well short of cutting it, and he hurried further back, putting a hand on his forearm, and had a moment of terror at touching skin. Then he remembered Furman had his bracers. What was he supposed to do without essence? There wasn't enough in his minuscule wand to accomplish anything, and Furman would know he channeled an element, and he wasn't supposed to use essence at all. That had been the point of Furman taking his bracers. He was an Omega runner. He grinned. He was one with decades of training, so even without essence, he could handle a first floor and its creatures. He sprang forward, swinging. It parried, but he slid his sword along it, then slashed before stepping back, but he'd been early and missed his head. A reminder the sword was shorter and that he didn't have essence to adjust it. He stepped around it, but instead of the usual moving to keep him in sight, it stood still to test if that gave it stood still. To test if that gave him an advantage, he attacked its back. The arm bent wrong to bring its shield up and block him, and its sword came up, forcing him to retreat. It followed him, head looking the wrong way, and he had to parry and dodge. He cursed when a swing got through his defense much easier than he felt it should and cut through his armor, but it had brought the creature close enough. He planted his sword, then slammed an elbow into it to force it away, putting distance between them. A touch at the cut brought his fingers wet, but the line was thin and didn't bleed much. It, on the other hand, leaked water from the hole the way he felt that kind of injuries on a person would look, and he sensed a reduction in the water essence in it. You're having it bleed? You bleed? Furman replied in an even tone. It remained away, so Tibbs continued. Why? It's not alive the way I am. It doesn't need that water to live or move. Although, for a first floor creature, it was more fluid than Stowe had ever managed on the second floor. His people golem were when Tibbs thought the other creatures had also gained a more normal way of moving. Because it's how I wanted to make them? The cut stung, but it was clean. He'd be fine until the run was done, and he healed it. He strained. How many tries until you got it to work? A lot. The reply was wry. That didn't tell him how long it had taken, but with the first villager disappearing over a decade ago, it would be where Furman had the idea. While he appreciated the dungeon letting him satisfy his curiosity by not attacking, he had a run to get through. He ran at the woodling, dropping under the swing and willing the metal in his sword to move just enough to miss him, but feeling the blade cut his back as he opened its stomach. Then he was face first on the floor as the ice he willed under his knee didn't manifest, and the momentum tumbled him away. He rolled away from the kick that didn't come, sensing the cut was fortunately shallow. He was up, the woodling watching him. When it attacked, it was with broad slashes that forced him back. He acted on his hurried plan before he was close to the thicket. He threw himself aside for the distance, then ran at the creature's shield side, working high, but the woodling turned fast enough. It was its blade that was moving to catch it. A curse, a shift in his grip, and the sword passed it by. But his arm took the injury. He slashed as he stepped away, biting deep into its side, then turned to face it. More of the water on it that represented its blood flowed. His arm had another light cut, the leather having done its work, but he was still annoyed at himself. This was a first floor. He was a better fighter than this. Seemed to be losing more from this wound. Had Furman gone so far as to make how they fought dependent on how injured they were? It wouldn't help the creatures, but if all he had were the villagers as model, they would be worse when injured. He ran at the woodling, sword high, hoping it would have to protect its injuries, but ready to adapt if he was wrong. Its shield was up, and he smiled. He twisted out of the way from the sword and brought his down as hard as he could on the wrist of the hand holding the shield, where the bubble of air was. It went through easier than he'd expected. He caught the falling shield, then jumped back. Couldn't remove the hand, as it was a lump attached to the shield, and resorted to holding it at the edge to bash the sword away from him, putting it off balance and taking the opportunity to cut its head off. He stepped away, found a better grip on, and ready for the next attack, but the creature was on a knee, falling to the side. The moss grew over it. That killed it? Why are you surprised? It still had plenty of life essence, nearly all of it, and a good amount of water. It doesn't matter how much life essence you have. When something loses its head, it dies. Still never bothered making them do that. We had to cut and break them until wasn't enough life essence to hold them together. I'm not Stowe. There was an edge to the statement. Sorry, I'm just surprised. You're only the second dungeon I've met where I saw the creations. And I was focused on reaching Joman the first time, so I didn't pay attention to how the woodlings were made. The woodlings were made. It has a name? All people do. He studied the ball that connected the shield, trying to find a way to hold it. It was too large and had nothing to properly grip. He had to... Furman, can I get your permission to use essence to change the shield so I can hold it? You don't have your bracers. I can manipulate the essence in the shield since it's just wood. I'll have to maintain it, but it's better than nothing. It isn't for a runner. I know, but so long as I don't put it down and walk away, it's going to remain. He looked at the patch of moss that was all that remained of the woodling, and you didn't leave loot behind, so that can be it. Leaving loot? You asked Merca about that last time. What does it mean? When we killed Stowe's creatures, they left something behind. I'm not Stowe, Furman snapped. But it's not just him. Genny said it's something dungeons do. Merca! Tibbs waited. Fine. Go ahead while I find Merca. If I find out you lied, the arrangement will change. Tibbs studied his breathing. He didn't need to channel wood for this. The essence was there. All he needed was to take hold of it and shape it. Then it would just be about willing the new form to remain. It was safe. It was safe. He wouldn't accidentally channel the element and then... He didn't want to think what he'd do, how we'd go about helping Furman grow without care for the consequences. All he needed was to... Why aren't you done? That was quick, he said, instead of addressing his worry. It's all me. Once I paid attention, it was simple to know where Merca was sulking. You're right. You are right. Loot drop is a thing. He could do this. He could take hold of the essence. And how long is that going to take? Furman asked, sounding impatient. A bit. I have to. Something clattered to the floor, well behind Tibbs. Just use that one so we can get on with this. The shield was the one he had, like the one he held, except for two loops of leather on each side of where the ball of wood was. They were wide enough, his forearm fit, and he could grab the other one. This would do nicely. He dropped the woodling's shield and put this one on. Then he continued with the run. And that concludes chapter 27 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on Ream's story. A dozen chapter ahead, maybe a little more. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right, so I'll go back here. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, that's correct. Okay. I have caught up. Maybe I can stop feeling like I'm running around like a maniac. Oh, Battle Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 25 allies. We are going up against 39 enemies. And we are off. Wow. Wait, did I just die? Without a kill. Holy cow. Gator Paws is in first place. Crazy Tachi is in second. Keister is in second. Lucifer is in third. I really thought I was getting at least one epic out of this. Gator Paws is in first. Keister is in second. Catacrack is in third. Gator Paws and Keister have killed epics. And we are heading for the last one. And there we go. We're done. Gator Paws has killed it. And we have one. Gator Paws is in first place, 22 kill, 2 assist. Keister's in second place, 3 kill, 10 assist. And Catacrack is in third, 8 kill, 2 assist. We've got gold, and the captain's not there. We've got paladins, and no one is currently claiming that. So Keister gets the gold. Sharp Da Smoka gets the pal. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the super boss. Kill range, place warrior, get assist. All right, so I'm going to put warriors down just to... Yeah, why not? That works. And I'll see in a half an hour how this turns out. Alrighty. Let's do this again. Well, not again, but alrighty. So it looks like I forgot to bring up the desktop audio. So microphone is on, desktop is off. I'm on the... Why the hell are you constantly changing this? I don't know why, but it keeps moving. Nothing's open over there. I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 28 of Stepping Wild. The room he sensed a distance ahead, and after a turn lacked a door, and the mass of life essence that moved about the floor contained no wood. He couldn't identify the other major elements, and those he had, the mix was random, other than being in small pockets that gave the impression of movement, a scurrying movement. He didn't let that distract him from sensing for traps or a manifesting attack, but none came, and soon enough he had confirmation his impression was correct. He chuckled at the assembly of small woodland animal going about foraging through the grass-covered ground of the room. The walls were the same trees as the rest, but had boulders of varying size at their base. With the thickets, they had with the thickets having partially grown over rocks. It gave the whole air, the air of an innocent glade he had to force himself to dismiss. He was in a dungeon. These creatures would be deadly if he dropped his guard. You didn't make them out of wood? he asked, his puzzlement overcoming him. Sorry, my question is more about how you're able to do that. Stowe was well into his second floor, maybe his third, before he started. Everything before that was stone. Maybe, Furman said, sounding annoyed that Dungeon just wasn't clever enough about getting fever essence. Didn't mean to compare you to him. I'm sure you didn't. The tone clipped. The tone dripped with disbelief. He had to stop doing that. But it made sense. Fever was the element of flesh, not that he knew why it was called that, instead of flesh. You know, he would capitalize that in this context. The books he'd read in trying to learn all he could about the elements, agreed that fever was the element that made people and animals alive, which Tibbs knew was wrong. The life element did that. It reinforced that for as much as scholars studied everything, they didn't know as much as they liked to believe. He'd planned on asking the element, but his attempt at an audience hadn't been successful. Because of what the element was linked to, the first time Tibbs heard about flesh parties, he made plans to attend one. It had been hosted by a noble, so crafting an identity to attend had taken time and work. The hardest part had been convincing them he was older than he looked. He hadn't quite reached the point of looking like a young man by then. Why they kept questioning that became apparent once he arrived, but he forced himself to continue even with all the sex going on in plain view. He'd even convinced himself this was better. They'd be distracted, so wouldn't notice him slitting his wrist with an obsidian blade. Then it would be about fighting the urge to heal himself until he was too weak to form the etching, and he'd have his audience on the edge of death. He knew that one worked. The one detail he hadn't considered, the one that derailed his plan, was that they would touch him. He pushed thought of that discomfort and thought he would accomplish his goal, but then someone touched him where no one had any right to, and he bolted. He'd needed a whole day of scrubbing himself in a private bath before he felt clean. He'd decided fever would be the last of the element he'd seek an audience with then. A lack of fever essence for Stowe could be explained by being in a mountain. There had to be animals there, or that wandered in, since he needed a form to base the stone rats and rabbits on, but they didn't contain much. It wouldn't be until runners died there his reserve would have increased. But then would be the problem of making people golem. Stowe had said that had been difficult. Maybe, in making them more like actual animals instead of a mass of essence. Instead of mass of essences, Furman had found a way to simplify the work. There must be a lot of animals that came in for you to copy, and died in my traps. They aren't as clever as you are. He studied the walls and floor. Nothing there had the feel of a trigger, and this being the first floor, he trusted that. The room would be about fighting in overwhelming numbers. As best he could sense and observe, the creatures were as close to real ones as a dungeon could make them, the way Stowe had made his dogs. That gave him an advantage, so long as he kept them from massing on him at once. Essence would make that easier to accomplish. He stepped into the room, and the transition into dungeon creature was instant. As one mass, you know what? Yeah, as one mass, they ran at him. He cut, kicked, and bashed with his shield without care, and to little effect. He killed them, but there were so many there was no pause in the biting and clawing on his legs. It was pressure at first, the leather taking the damage. He kicked as best as he could. He cut and killed them, keeping them from climbing atop one another. Then a faint pain as teeth made it through the damaged leather. Claws followed, and more biting, and as hard as he fought them, they were reaching higher. The weight reached above his knee, and while kicking, paused the attack. It became harder to do so, and some of the creatures hung on. Okay, we're going to just leave it like that. And claws Some of the creatures hung on, claws into the damaged leather or his flesh. Each bite and clawing could be ignored if not added to all the others, and fighting through his exhaustion as well as them became a larger part of the fight. He thought he was in the clear when the pile finally lowered, but a bite in his inner thigh reminded him the fight would be over, would reminded him the fight wouldn't be over until he was the only one standing. He was on his knees when it died. He was on his knees when it ended. The creatures in a circle around him, moss covering nearly the entire floor elsewhere. The chuckle escaped through his panting. It turned into a laugh. He fell on his side and rolled onto his back, watching the darkening sky through the canopy. You have odd reactions. You laughed when you nearly fell into the wood plates. Fell to the wood plates. You laughed. You laugh now when I almost had you. It was before you just screamed and cried as soon as the pain started. He chuckled. I told you, runners get used to this, get to liking it. This feels like my first run. Emotion to the dead creatures, especially the rats. I used to hate those things because of how Stone made them crawling everywhere, and their bite hurts. And their bite hurt. Bites plural. Them and the rabbits. They were the only thing on this first floor, and they were vicious. He chuckled, rolled, sat, and bandaged his wound as best as he could with what he could rip from his clothing. Then he stood and went to the boulder with a tree growing around it. He sensed the cache inside, and running his now gloveless fingers over the surface let him find the barely noticeable crack. If he wasn't so tired, he'd pull his sense in and unlock it the way he was meant to, by feel. He sensed the way the gap was structured and turned the cover, pressing as needed to align the gap with which way to twist until it was off. He sensed for traps inside before pulling the fabric bundle and unrolling it. The cloak was thick, deep green wool with a plain brass brooch. Did you make this from one of the people who came in? Yes. Bringing back the entire cloak would be suspicious, but with the right application of corruption on the brooch, he could claim to have found it while hunting. Not that he was returning to the village now. He attached the brooch to his armor's breast and exited the way he'd come, then retraced his step. Where are you going? Furman asked when Tibbs turned away from the unexplored corridor. Out. I'm done for the day. You can't do that, Merker yelled. You haven't reached the boss room yet. I'll deal with it tomorrow or the day after. He needed to work out what to do about the ruined lower part of his armor. Furman, stop it. It can't leave until it's faced me for real this time. Merker, I don't think I should. Stop it! The dungeon sighed, and Tibbs felt the trees move out of sight moved to block his way. He stopped. Don't do this, Furman. Merker snorted. Like you can do anything. You're inside us now. We are in charge. So much for them not letting Merker order them about. This is you, Furman. Don't let Merker put you in danger because I've hurt their feeling. I'll be back in a few days at most, and they can work off their anger on me as much as they want then. I'm sorry, Tibbs. Merker's a friend and partner in this. Tibbs channeled fire and let it leak out. Don't. Keeping it from reaching the walls took a lot of effort in his tired state. Test. The surrounding ground charred. Me. He looked up. I played by the rules we agreed to, Furman. This is the kind of essence I can use if I want to. If what I want is to burn you down, I will do it. All I want right now is to go outside and find a spot to rest for a while. Get something to eat, sleep, and figure out my weapons and armor situation and come back for another run. I don't know if it's a rule for dungeons or just something the guild decided on, but we aren't forced to kill ourselves trying to reach the boss room. Each team decides how far they go. When they decide they are strong enough, when they face the boss. Then they face the boss. You wouldn't dare hurt us like that, Urka sneered. You have no idea what they'd send against you if you did. Tip snorted. You mean something like the them? Did I tell you how Sto survived the one sent to end him? I killed it. I didn't know anywhere as much as I do now about what I can do with my elements, and I still killed it. So if you force this, you're welcome to go back wherever you came from and tell them what I did, because you are too stubborn to accept I need a rest, but Furman will still be dead. Is that what you want, Furman? What about you? Do you want me to burn you down? The passage opened, and he pulled his essence in. When he reached the section with the trap floor, he nearly screamed his annoyance. Instead, he decided that with what Furman had pulled after he'd made it clear he was done with the run, he didn't have to follow the rules. He channeled water and coated the floor with ice. He stopped before the exit. My bracers, please. The thicket parted to reveal them. He put them on and left. He walked until he thought he was out of the dungeon's influence before finding a tree to sit against and close his eyes. Tibbs? Furman said cautiously. I'm sorry for that. It's just that, Furman, he snapped, not having the energy to keep the tone civil, or get up and find a further location. Can we talk about it after I've slept? Right, that's something people do. He waited, and when the dungeon remained silent, Tibbs let himself relax and waited for sleep. And that concludes chapter 28 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on Ream Story. I would say about a dozen chapters at this point. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Butterfly Wing, welcome to the stream from YouTube. How are you doing today? Sorry for the delay in responding. I record these when I do them, so I ignore the chat while that's happening. Oh, cold. You're doing great. I'm glad to hear that. Alrighty. Have yourself a good day. I hope your art goes well. Okay. Maybe we can see about getting this to work. Okay. Oh, so that's there. Okay. Okay. You need to be swear. Oh, okay. That's not. That's gonna be good enough. Oh, now you're giving me that problem. All right. Are you? Did I change that for some reason? I shouldn't. How? How is me turning that layer, that screen off, not removing the image? What the hell? Now you're not visible at all. Are you telling me you're gonna have to do this? Oh, come on. How is flipping an image on and off that complicated? Okay, with that, did I forget? Yep, I hate when this happens because I completely zone everything out. Ah. No, at least I didn't zone it out that much. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 30 allies. We are going up against 64 enemies, and we are off. Karakrak is in first place. Karitachi is in second. Sharp Death Mocha takes over second place. Karakrak is in second. Q is in third. Will I be able to get a couple of ranged? I would be really grateful to get some, to get 3 ranged kills. Well, we've got a mass there. Let's see. Sharp Death Mocha. Ooh, and I got my kills. Very cool. Sharp Death Mocha is in first place, 15 kills, 16 assists, earning themselves top position in both categories. Karakrak is in second place, 6 kill, 13 assists, and QS Creates is in third, 6 kill, 2 assists. We've got fairies. Do we have a nope, Decanizer is no longer with us. We've got gold and the captain's not with us. Sharp Death Mocha gets the gold. Darth Dorlin gets dusted. And we move on to an insane battle before the super boss. And I need to clear a quest before I do anything to confirm stuff. Alright, so it's another warrior for me. And you know what? Let's go. Let's see if I can grab some epics since I need 3 epic kills. Alrighty, so half an hour to see how this turns out. And I will do this morning's last chapter. Confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I have the correct genre. I am starting the recording and I'll see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 29 of Stepping Wild. Tibbs took his time eating. He'd been surprised Furman hadn't addressed him as soon as he'd moved to gather wood for the fire. And because of that, he'd built his camp here. Then he'd gone hunting and returned with 2 large rabbits. While they turned on the spit, he looked over the remnant of his leather pants. There was so little left under the knee that going in with his calf bare would provide just as much protection. But while he didn't care for the reminder, his Omega runs had been done in little more. Actually, there's no but. This is end. And while he didn't care for the reminder, his Omega runs had been done in little more than a thick cloth shirt for protection. He so missed Stowe's self-repairing armor. If he'd had his leather kit, he would have done something with what was left to give him a semblance to have. Even a semblance of protection. But Graydon hadn't been kind enough to leave the dead man's things behind. He could have taken inspiration from those villagers a caravan he traveled with had stopped at years ago. They'd made their armors out of the reed that were abundant along the river, woven into pads, then attached to make the front and back of that, to make the back and front of armor. The armor. The chief, who had greeted them, had been clad in a whole set of them, with the men and women closest to him having lesser versions. The guards at the gate had nothing more than crisscross lines over their arms and legs, made of what had to have been the remnant from making the better versions. Without being able to do even that, he cut the tatters off and straightened the line above the knee. He would have to go back to worrying about not getting hit instead of counting on the added protection and ability to heal himself Satisfied with the work, he turned to the cooking meat. I don't know if you're paying attention. He cut a surface layer, but if you want to talk, I'm okay with you listen. It was fully cooked. So he cut more onto a large leaf. I'm not sure that there's anything to talk about. Furman sounded calm. He spoke in a similarly neutral tone. You wanted to apologize last night. That was fear speaking. You threatened to burn me down. I was scared you still might. And because I didn't, you aren't afraid of me anymore? He sat against a tree in hate. You still terrify me and Mirka. I don't understand what you are or why you are here. You say you want to work within the rules, but the moment things won't go your way, there's nothing I can do to protect myself. I did the run within the rules we agreed to. I only channeled fire once Mirka got you to block my exit. And what happens when one of my creatures is about to kill you? It's clear from those who wandered in before that people don't want to die. I accept. I killed you, they snapped, now sounding scared. And you came back. I hadn't planned on that. He paused to meet his lip. And I can't do it again. Or maybe he could. Without the immunity to wood essence, he'd definitely feel the fear as he head towards death, and that should give him an audience. But would he get Wood's boon a second time? Did that mean that if he got another audience with the element outside the dungeon, he would gain the immunity from it? Was it worth risking? Tibbs? He swallowed the meat he'd been chewing. Sorry, got lost thinking. But if one of your creature can kill me, then I die. If your first floor can kill me, I definitely don't deserve to walk out of it. But you left before because I didn't have the focus to continue, he said in exasperation, then calmed himself. Furman had never dealt with a runner before, and certainly no one like him. I was too tired to trust myself. People can't think clearly when they're tired. That's part of what your tests force us to deal with. But as part of that, we need to be able to realize when it affects us too much. Not just because it can get us killed, but in my case, also because my ability to resist using my essence diminishes. I could forget the rules and use it to survive. And you don't want that. Furman sounded dubious. Not by breaking the rules we agreed to. I don't know what Mirka told you about runners. I don't even know how much of it is how things are done instead of what the guild decided we should be doing. So this might be a case of us working with different rules. If we are, now's the time for us to figure that out and decide how we want to continue. He had another piece, and when Furman said nothing, by the time he was done, he continued with his thought. While your job is to test me, and mine is to survive, that includes knowing when I've had enough. Okay, there's not a while here. Your job is to test me, and mine is to survive. That includes knowing when I've had enough. Too many runners died when the guild first threw us into the dungeon because we were never told the rules. We had to discover them by doing something without knowing we were allowed, like walking out of a dungeon without reaching the boss room and not being punished for it. So you left to protect me? Tip chuckled. No, I left because I was tired and I knew I'd end up breaking rules if I forced myself to continue. It does protect you, but that's not why I did it. I no longer trusted myself at that point. And you will return? Yes. Mirka will get their chance at killing me. Mirka isn't so... He chuckled again. It's okay, Furman. I learned a long time ago I can't control how people feel about me. All I can do is make sure it doesn't make me act in a way that isn't me. Then I'll let Mirka know you'll be back. They sounded better. Not today. I always rest between runs. The guild wouldn't let us go in more than once a week. I'll make today a rest. I'll take today to rest, and I'll do the run tomorrow as soon as you open your doors. My entrance is always open, they said, puzzled. After I've eaten, then. We will be planning, then. He killed and skinned small animals, cooking and setting meat to dry. He didn't expect the run to be long, since he'd do it well rested, but he wanted to be prepared. The skins would explain however long he remained in the forest. He might make stretchers for tanning the hides when he added to his camp, then use that to repair his armor, or remake what couldn't be repaired from the cache. That would be plural, caches. From the caches, his leatherworking wasn't great, but he'd had to learn once he'd outgrown his self-repairing armor. Then, when the sky darkened, he made a bed of soft earth and a cover from the leaves and fell asleep quickly. He woke to the sound of rain and the wonder of being dry. Being wet didn't bother him, but unless he willed it to stay that way, rain would get him wet. Instead of the gray morning sky, branches spread above him, interwoven tightly enough to be a roof over his camp. His hand behind his head, he admired the work. This wasn't the pulling and pushing of strands in place to get the shape he wanted. The essence flowed out of the trunks and branches the way all the others did. They had been grown well beyond what was normal, but clearly grown that way. He couldn't tell the difference between them and all the other trees within his sense. I didn't know you could make them grow. It was Mirka's idea. So you couldn't claim you'd slept badly. So you slept badly and walk out again. With a laugh, he stood, ignited the fire, and checked the drying rack. He cooked what was still moist and fed what was still moist. Fed and hydrated, he put his armor on. He grabbed his sword and shield, then entered the dungeon. Tibbs studied the tiled hallway. The layout was the same as far as he could tell, so was the puzzle within it. He tested the closest tile that hadn't been triggered the previous time, and they supported his weight. It could be the trap. Let him think the triggers were the same, and overconfidence would kill him. He'd have to take his time, but with what he knew, he'd get through it faster. He made it past the center, carefully testing the safe tiles before putting his entire weight on one. Before Mirka commented, "I wish you'd changed where they are." "That isn't what this test is about," Furman replied, "and it wouldn't do what you want. He isn't trusting what he knows. See how he's testing every trigger? He's probably ready for them to move." "This is about having the patience to test all the rows, isn't it?" Tibbs tested the next tile, and remembering the safe ones from run to the next. "Is it a good test?" Tibbs set his foot on the safe tile before looking over his shoulder, looking over the distance he'd traveled and what he had left to go. "I think it's a little much for a team who's never done a run before. If they are like I was, this would just overwhelm them. I mean, a lot of fighters would just run across it and die, but they wouldn't learn from it." He placed a toe on an active trigger and pressed until the thunk sounded and moved off it. He timed how long it took for the walls of spears to form. About half the size at about half the size, this would still get a lot of them, especially the second time when they thought they remembered the way and got it wrong. But it wouldn't seem impossible to do. They'd curse you. That would be plural. Well, not plural. They'd curse you, and more fighters would just. Not sure why I changed tense here. Would just run, thinking they can still be faster, but the rest would take the time to do this properly and learn. "You don't have high opinions of fighters," Furman said. Tibbs tested the next safe tile. He wasn't trusting what Furman had told Mirka. "I do once they survive, but I don't make anyone who isn't fit for the other classes get thrown in with those who should be fighters. The guild doesn't care if they should be runners or not. They throw them in and they die. 3 more rows and he'd be done." He looked at the hallway over again. You could make it even simpler, and people who wandered in might survive. They'd learn and get stronger and leave, Mirka said, displeased. But they might return to get stronger, he almost said. If they added loot drops, it would ensure survivors came back. And then return to the village with stories which would bring more people looking for wealth and strength. What happened when the next caravan arrived at the village? Heard the stories, saw the evidence in the villagers being wealthier. How long until they carried those stories to a city and for the guild to hear them? Send adventurers to investigate. What happened when they confirmed there was a dungeon in the forest? How many other dungeons like Furman would then fall under the guild control? He couldn't see the guild not scouring the kingdoms for more, and it would be his fault for teaching Furman how to draw more people to him. He'd be responsible for all the children the guild would send to their death to make the dungeons grow until people were willing to pay for the privilege of being eaten by one. You're right, he finally said. You wouldn't get enough out of that. He stepped over the threshold and, on alert, headed for the next room. This time, the attack came at the third intersection, just after Tibbs passed it. The woodling formed quickly and attacked. He defended himself, thinking that he'd never look behind him as an Omega runner. It had always been about pressing forward. This would kill a number of them. He went on the offensive, aiming to cut its head off for a quick end to the fight, but it hurried back, shield up to protect it. They exchanged blows, and Tibbs made more attempts to cut its head off to confirm that leaving its sword arm unprotected wasn't accidental. The next time it raised its shield to protect its head, Tibbs cut the sword end off, grabbing the sword before it landed on the floor, and without its weapon, the fight was soon over. He studied the wooden weapon while moss grew over the woodling. The edge was sharp, and the essence made him think the metal only enhanced that, instead of being responsible. It was woven through with air, which accounted for its lightness, and water, but he couldn't work out he couldn't work out what that offered. What that offered. The main thing it had going for it was that it was longer than his current one, slightly longer than the one he was used to. He dropped the sword Furman made him. You can't keep that, Mirka protested. You aren't having your creatures drop loot. I figure anything I'll take before you absorb is fair. Loot is for caches, Mirka said. Then drop coins, Tibbs said, heading for the room. Coins? Mirka asked. Didn't Mirka tell you about them? Don't talk like you know what I have to tell Furman, they snapped. So you were supposed to tell them. Mirka grumbled something he didn't make out. What are quains, Tibbs? And I've been going through my loot list for something for the creature to drop, but everything is too costly for that. Are they simple to make? Coins are what kingdoms use for trade. He pulled a copper one, raising it to show the dungeon. They're just metal, since copper is the lowest value, so drop one each time we killed something on this first floor. On the second, he started adding silver, which is a more valuable version of the copper coin. Placed it on the floor and stepped away. Didn't anyone who walked in have one? No, and Mirka didn't know about coins. So they let out an exasperated cry that made Tibbs smile. So this is going to make people want to come in, the dungeon mused, and Tibbs cursed himself for bringing it up. If a villager walked out with even one coin, it would be the start of runs, and only a question of time until the guild learned about Furman. Unfortunately, it was too late to undo this, so he had to hope the villagers would be too scared of the forest to ever venture far enough to encounter the dungeon. And that concludes chapter 29 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Royal Road for free. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on Ream Story, where about a dozen chapters ahead. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Sean, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You'll be lurking? Enjoy your lurk. interesting. Got to do that. Thank you for the raid, Bob. Hope you have a good rest of your day. All right, can I figure out what's going on with this now? Maybe I should rename these while I'm at it. Let's not go there. So. If I go here. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 42 allies. We're going up against 58 enemies, and I've got one epic. Sharp Desmoka is in first place. Keister's in second. Q is in third. Two epics. I need another one, which I don't think I'm going to get on this battle, although there is one left. So there's a chance. Probably not. Yeah, something is shooting. Yeah. Sharp has gotten them. So Sharp is in first place. Keister's in second. Navo is in third. And we're done. We've won. Sharp Desmoka is in first place, 18 kill, 4 assist. Keister's in second place, 14 kill, 4 assist. And Navo is in third, 10 kill, 2 assist. We have flying rogues, we've got pals, we've got no one claiming them. So, Dex Karma gets wings, Bender Fondue gets a pal. And we move on to the super boss. Alright. So, what do I need to place anything? No. So, Puppy hasn't gone for a walk in a while, so let's... Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. This is where... Oh, let's go back here. But you're still not seeing it here. Oh, wait. Okay, wait, you are now. Okay. Okay, so now you're working. And lost videos. Because of course you lost me videos. Are you still processing stuff? Where are my bleeping videos? Oh, this is... Really, really am not happy with you, Windows. How the... I'm not looking to open questionable folder. I'm looking to get the videos I recorded today. Now the thing is, the files were recorded there. Okay, what happened is I opened the photo app trying to fix a problem, well, something. Okay. I'll start 19. October, September. January. February 6th, February 13th. Oh, 2024. So yeah, it lost everything. No, it's just photo. It's just Microsoft Photo. Because all I wanted to do was have it show up. But the thing is, like, it wasn't showing me anything. So I tried to open a gallery folder, and when it dumped 20, like it dumped everything in there, and I just told it to delete that, thinking that all it was going to do is delete the aggregation of the files in there. But no, it went and deleted everything in my folder. The core folder, not on the page here, in the bleeping folder. The thing is, this is not a file manager. This is a photo app. What is it doing deleting my files? You know, especially when this folder is called Gallery. which means that today's work is basically gone. More than that is gone, but everything, no, not even, oh, fuck. All the read and corrects that I've done for Stepping Wild are gone. Well, I'm now in OneDrive. And I'm not seeing a trash folder in here. I mean, I'm not even seeing this photo. Like this here isn't even there. Like I'm... Like Microsoft is not. I mean, it's the only one that exists that's popular at this point. If I was younger, if I had the energy to learn something new, I would walk away from Microsoft. On the site, yeah, well, I don't know if this is going to have... Oh, that's why I've updated. Okay, well, you are right. There is a recycled file on OneDrive online. The thing is, I don't know where it's sent, what it, because because the oldest stuff, well, because even though it said that it had deleted things like 25 minutes ago, I'm not seeing any of that. What do you miss? Microsoft destroying most of my videos. Yeah, and how much are they going to charge? Why? Because the photo app for Microsoft is actually acting as a file manager, and what you do in it deletes what's on your computer instead of just being like, a gallery for putting stuff up to see. If I delete something on the gallery, it deletes in my computer. It deletes my file. So that, because it had dumped 20,000 things on there that I just was looking for a couple, I just told it to remove all of that because I wanted, and it ended up deleting everything and doing to the recycle bin to restore only brought a fraction back. So, well, there is one online through OneDrive, but it's not. Nothing's on there. Even though I restored files, it's not. They're not back. There's nothing in my file. There's like literally, my videos are gone. Like I've got some in here, but like only a fraction of what I should have. Well, that's beyond sad because it destroyed all the work I did today. It destroyed months of work on for one file, for one book. It like, yeah, this is. This is not what I wanted to deal with today. Well, for the recording, I use OBS. Have I checked what fault? Well, yes, it's saving. It's saving. The OBS recorded where I told it to record. Everything. OBS did its job. It's photo that then screwed everything up and won't bring everything back. The problem is not OBS. OBS works fine. It's saved where and I was looking at the file that it saved. So the problem is not OBS. The problem is fucking photo. See, it should be in. And yeah, it only goes back to October 8th. Nothing from 2025 is left in there. But I need to go for lunch. It's probably going to do me some good to walk away from this junk. I will update stuff. Come on. I will do my best to return in about 20 minutes. If I cannot, I'll see you when I get back from lunch. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 22 allies. We are going up against 67 enemies. And we are off. Q-Wiz is in first place. Keister's in second. And I've killed my epic. Good. Alrighty, Katakrak is in first. Dax Karma's in second. Q-Wiz is in third. Q-Wiz is back there. Empress was there for a moment. Let's see. Oh, I've killed the boss. Dax Karma, Keister, I've also killed epics. I wonder if I've got my 2 range missing. That would be nice to finish all of that at the same time. And we're done, I believe. There we go. We've won. Alrighty, all done. Q-Wiz Creates is in first place, 2 kill, 25 assist. Katakrak is in second place, 6 kill. And Dax Karma is in third, 1 kill, 1 assist. We have Berserkers, Lego Heads, and Monks that no one is currently claiming. So, Darth Dorlin goes Berserk. Packer fan gets Legos, and Texas Ranger fan gets Monked. And we move on to the next map, where we will get gold, skin, and the boss. So we start with a hard battle on the way to the gold chest, and me checking the quest to clear the stuff. And assists is what I'm going to be needing. That means I'm going to go fairies today. Because really... And actually, that's convenient. That's the unit that I'm raising here. So... Alrighty, so we're going to see how that comes back, how that goes when I get back from lunch. And thank you very much, Summer Faye and Serious Production for, working through this. But yeah, I'll be back after my lunch. Battle Station. One battle station. We have 30 allies. We are going up against 34 enemies. And we are off with Crispy Prop in the lead. Keister is in second. Insoraptor takes over second, takes over first. Crispy Prop is in second. Keister, let's see. Insoraptor is in first. Catacrack is in second, is in first. Insoraptor is in second. Samar Faye is in third. Insoraptor is in third. Catacrack is in first. Q-Wiz is in second. Insoraptor is in third. Samar is in third. Kiriki is in third. And we're done. We have won. Catacrack is in first place. 12 kill, 8 assist. Q-Wiz Creates is in second place. 5 kill, 6 assist. And Kiriki is in third with 8 kills. We've got archers, we've got gold, and the captain's not there. The archers are not claimed by anyone at this time, so Catacrack and Insoraptor have been shot. Samar Faye gets gold. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to the gold chest. And it is more fairies for me. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. Thank you for dropping by, Lion Pride. Hope your day goes well. All right, so you said Rekuva. All right, let's see. And thank you for the assistance, Samarfe. Thank you, Lion Pride. You as well. Enjoy your lurk. All right, this afternoon's writing may be ruined. Now you can anger one cat to make one cat happy. Alright, so let's download that and see what happens. First cat is happy cuddling, and the other cat is angry that food is late. Ah. That is quite the conundrum. Because you lose no matter what. Although I suppose losing with a cuddling cat is better than losing uh, with a happily fed one. Okay. So it is a scanning. Well, they might have actually. Um, yeah, it looks like they have changed name. When I do a Google gives me Recuva download and it's Recover It Wondershare. So well, I mean, they may have merged with another company. Got heard the end of the battle and left. Well, the battle was over. It was no longer needed. You told her she had to get up after the battle. Okay, the app is talking about 2 hours for the scan, so I don't think I can justify waiting for it to be done. So I guess writing will happen. Oh no, or not. I'm not in the. I'm not in a mode to write. So however long that takes, it's gonna happen. Yeah, this morning. Well, the event of this morning kinda broke the mode. So wait. Do that. Uh, so Sal? Hello. Hello, Wither Entium. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? I am dealing with lost files and hoping I can retrieve them. And that's definitely killed the writing mood. Fortunately for me, they are not my written work that got lost, but they're still important files. Shoo. And while I do have a backup, Samar Faye pointed me to this app, and it would definitely simplify the situation, because the other option is downloading the live streams from YouTube and then going in and editing them into the read and corrects. I didn't sleep well last night because I got peed on something since you went for a long city walk yesterday without your inhaler and your lungs were already angry. Woke up very long. Turns out you can't breathe ammonia. Well, I don't believe you are alone in that, but yeah, if you've got asthma, it would definitely make that much worse. I hope you get to rest. Neighbor was smoking from things last night, so opening the window was less than helpful. Well, that definitely sucks. It's legal. You don't want to feel the need to smoke at 1 a.m. There are options that don't involve suffocation. They may simply be too much in the habit of having had to hide it. There are other methods. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I agree. You have standing. Well, clearly they're higher than theirs. You've had a learning experience yesterday and an N95 today. So I guess, so I guess today's going to be more of a social day. Maybe I should change the. I should change the Twitch thing. Cat has been fed. Alright. Cat will be happy. A happy cat means a happy owner. I'm still downloading the live stream just in case. Just in case it doesn't ends up not helping, because I don't want to wait. I don't want to be stuck at the last moment with this. It's 22 degrees Celsius. Where do you live? because it's definitely not that up around here. Arizona. Okay. Okay, because it's minus 3 degrees Celsius here. That's probably cool. 22 degrees Celsius is probably on the cooler side for you. Are you a native of Arizona or did you move there? You've lived there since you were 3, so, okay, not technically a native. So, do you actually get used to the heat? It's sort of what I'm wondering because, you know, as a Canadian, I know what the norm is here, and to me, um, I want to go. Well, of course, somebody lives in Arizona their entire life. They're, a warm summer day will be a warm summer day for them, even though for me, the temperature is going to be 12 or 13 degrees Celsius, and for you, it might be 35 degrees Celsius. Um, you never get used to 43. Yeah. So, so I was kind of wondering because, and the reason I'm asking is I have a story, well, a series. You don't go outside when it's 43. Yeah, I wouldn't go outside. I wouldn't go outside anywhere. I avoid going outside anywhere above 30 if I can avoid it. But again, I'm Canadian. Temperature here are cooler. Um, so yeah, like I've got a series like Monster and Bad Man starts in Phoenix, Arizona, and they're there for at least 6 books. And I kind of like I went with what they're used to those temperature. They're normal for them, so they don't comment on it. But in the back of my mind was this question of do people in that region actually get used to that? So yeah, okay. And having said that, it's making me realize that when they have to go on the run, and they end up, away from Arizona. Well, Alex is a native of Arizona, so he's been there his entire life. Tristan has spent the last 20 years there. Although in his case, it probably wouldn't matter because he's very stoic. He's very in control of of himself. So he might mentally acknowledge that it's hot, but he wouldn't act on it. They'll likely feel like they're dying in humidity. Um, Humidity, cooler temperatures, because I have them all the way north, all the way up north um, in Minnesota at some point. Not in the winter, but yeah, like it's making me realize that yeah, I never have them react to once they're up north. It's humid and it's cold. Well, cool. So, but you know, the story is on first draft, and you know, to be fair, it's a pure pleasure project. So that's actually part of the. That's actually what I was going to work today. 3% humidity in this. Okay, yeah. Compared to that, Minnesota is going to be wet in the summer. It's also making me realize that uh, I don't have a male react to being in Phoenix because he is not a native. Um, he's traveled a lot, but he's from the East Coast, the Northeast Coast. Fog machine, because of how thick it is. Yeah, yeah, little details like that that don't always think of in the moment. I will have to keep that in mind when I write the second draft, although that's not coming anytime soon because I want to finish the series before I touch the second draft. I want the whole thing done. Sponsor from your yeah, I've experienced really hot hair when I was a truck driver. I ended up in Arizona. I ended up in Lubbock. I've driven through Phoenix, but never actually stopped there. But I've ended up in Lubbock, Arizona, at the border crossing. You're in Tucson. Oh, very cool. Drove through that a few times as well. Oh, I see. Quick scan is completed. Do complain about the heat above 42 Celsius. Well, that's good to know. Lost data needs to be recovered as soon as possible. The longer the amount of time has passed, the higher the probability the files. And you should recover the scan data immediately. Got it. Alright, the fact that it's only giving me 13 file is not inspiring confidence, but because one I may as well be 110 because it sounds more impressive and feels about the same. Well, oh, file types. There we go. Videos. Uh, Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 18 allies. We are going up against 43 enemies, and we are off. Let's see. Samar is in first place. Kisriprop takes over that. Samar is in second. Kahira's in second. Samar is in third. Nevo was killed in epic. Where the hell am I dead? Who the hell killed me? Oh, infinite range on the bleeping archers. That's how I died. Alrighty, we lost. But I got some epic. Some assists. Let's try this again. Hard battle on the way towards 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably tomorrow. Maybe today. All right, we're getting that again. So let's see about asking for archers to take advantage of this. And in half an hour, we'll see how this turns out. Okay, I'm a little... Why are flak not marked in here? Because that is a file format. And it's the file format my videos are recorded in. Others then? I wonder if a search will give me something. All right, it is okay. It is seeing them, which means I should be able to find them somewhere. The question is where. Thinks it's audio? Oh, you are correct. All right, the thing that concerns me here is that Captain's Heart ends at 50. And today, and that's what I was able to retrieve from the trash, the recycle bin. So it is looking like yeah. December 31st is the last time it's got something. Whichever is you're going to sit outside and you don't want to think yourself wholly mad. Above that is excessive heat, even by national winters. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, at this point, I'm kind of hoping that the deep scan's gonna find the rest. It should. Yeah. I mean, I'm letting it run, and I'm going to let it run till it's done, and we'll see what happens. And actually, you know what? I may be wrong here. Let me check something. If I start recording, what format do you use? No, okay. All right, all right. I am wrong. The FLAC is once I've converted it to audio. That's why it thinks it's audio, because it actually is. MK, MKV is the file format that it's looking for. Okay. So then... So then we're looking into here. But right now I'm still in the same situation. I'm not seeing anything from 2025 in here. Okay, what happens if I search for Captain? Really? That's interesting. It's not, I'm amused that it's not accepting the apostrophe in the search, even though it shows up in here. Okay, I've got a 73 here, PDF Inc. Oh, that's okay. That's the PDF that I deleted. Oh, that's a shortcut? Okay. You're outside, city air is not so great, but it's an improvement. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Oh, you did not actually do that. That's why. I find it kind of interesting that there doesn't seem to be anything from 2025 in there. Well, the numbers are still growing, so. Oh, wait, we're getting 2025. January 28th, we're actually starting to retrieve files that I need. So I'm definitely glad that I let the deep scan run. Because we're now at last week. I'm definitely hoping that it's going to be able to go up to today. But if I've only fully lost today, I'm not going to complain too loudly. Because, redoing 6 files instead of I don't know how many is better. And yeah, I suspect this is not very entertaining for people. But them's why you want them's literally why you want backups. Now, as I've said before, these are not files that I would work very hard at backing up because ultimately they're not important. My important files are properly backed up. But it is definitely making me go, I should probably do something about it. You are sleep deprived. Well, but yeah, I will let it finish 100% and retrieve anything and everything that I can. So way too. That's a lot of file and oh, there are doubles. Interesting. Wonder why. You yesterday need to appreciate the city for what it is, not what you wish it were. City, you can't breathe, sucker. That's not what I want. Oh, edit is what I want. After you tell someone the same with the desert on Sunday, appreciate the desert for what it is. Beauty not expected to be a forest or a sea. Okay. So right now you are trying to copy all of this. So where are my files? Where is this? Oh, there it is. Do I have a sticky shift key lately? One. Not that I'm aware. Why do you say? Why do you ask? Shift delete is permanently delete. Oh, okay. Um, well, like I said, I mean the files seem to be there. Like we're up to January 28th, which, like I said, is last week. Like it's literally last Tuesday, which is when these file would have been recorded. Um, I did not know that shift delete was. So. Um, well, I in this case, yeah, well, yeah, but in this case, I suspect that it's a situational thing because of how it was done. But yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm gonna probably reactivate this. See if it's a backup. A friend of mine who knows more about that kind of stuff had me help me ride up. As part of backing up my overall stuff, and I'm thinking maybe if I can just have it back up. Uh, you know, the local stuff, the video stuff, instead of trying to do everything. Uh, that's you had nearly that good of luck with recovering tools. They have gotten better. Well, we're halfway there, 50%. Well, 49. I used to get 73, no file ending. That was a little corrupted, but repairable. Well, you know, it could also be, could also be safeguards in how things are deleted, not just the recovery file. They're not simply the recovery apps. Oh, wait, no, that's not it. Alrighty, I'm gonna have an advertising Stream Raider battle, and I'll be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 34 allies. We are going up against 19 enemies, and we are off. Kahira's in first place. Moose is in second. Maggie's in second. Silver is in second. Oh, I see. We're the only one with range this time. Okay, I'm not gonna complain. And we're done. We've won. Kahira's in first place with 7 kills. Maggie is in second place, 2 kills, 2 assists. Lucifer is in third, 1 kill, 1 assist. We've got Lancers, and no one claiming them at this time. So Miafa and Lucifer get lanced. And we move on to a very hard battle. If we win all of them, we'll reach the gold chest. So the very hard battle on the way to the gold chest. And it's gonna be another ferry for me. You know what? Let's go like that. Let's go like this. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Ah, damn it. Although I may have version in here. That's the log. Huh. That might be an issue. That might be a Y. Is this a Z? Can I assign? Welcome back, Akla. How are you doing? Well, Summer Faye pointed me to a recovery app that has rescued things a little bit. Um, it found files dating back to last week. It's still going. It's at 44% done. So it's looking like at absolute worst, I may just have to redo today's read and corrects. And, if that's the case, well, it is a somewhat minor thing. Now I'm trying to figure out how to how to put a letter to a drive. Because my house drive does not seem to have a letter. And I think that RoboCopy needs that letter to work. Well, no, no. This is different. This is not in regards to my vanished file. This is in regards to me setting up a backup of sorts. It's something that a friend of mine helped me set up before, but in shifting things around, I lost that. So no, no, yeah, no. This is not relating to that. This is just like I said, I'm trying to set up the backup, and it's a small bat file. It's just that the bat file is looking for the drive Z, and it used to be named that before I shifted computers for my writing setup, and now I am trying to figure out how to name a drive, how to give a drive a letter. Disk management tool. Well, okay. Let's see. Let's see if Windows is good. All right. Looks like Windows 10 doesn't have an outright disk management tool app. Or if it does, well, I did, and it's not giving me. It's sending me to a web page. But maybe that will tell me how. Open disk management through the computer management. Okay. Computer management system. Disk management. There it is. Okay. It's simply not called disk management. It's called computer management. Uh, of course, now I need to find a drive on the network. Because I'm not seeing it here. But disk management, right click the drive I want to select. Okay, if it's not there. All right. File, File Explorer from the Start menu. All right. This PC. Oh, map network drives. Okay. Okay. So what I want you to do. Uh, I'm going to guess it wants the actual IP. Okay. Okay. I may have this. Hopefully, we'll see. Oh, come on. Okay, well, it's not liking what I'm trying, which I think should work. It's asking me for my credentials, basically. It's asking me to put in. Oh, wait a minute. I think I know what the problem is. Okay, yeah, I think I know what. Okay. Let's try this. All right. I think, like, I cannot find a confirmation that it's assigned it there, but think it, I think it worked. All right, so it has identified it as Z. So now let's all right. Why does it not want to run? Oh, because it's trying to go into writing, which does not exist. Or does it exist? And what I want it to do is go into here. So I'm guessing it needs to be that. Which did not work. I'm going to remove that just in case. No, it still doesn't want to work. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 20 allies. We're going up against 44 enemies. Where is everybody today? 44 enemies. Sergeant K Dog is in first place. Mi Alpha is in. Oh, wait, Dex Karma is in first. The Sarge is in second. Ensoraptor is in third. Ensoraptor is in third again. The Sarge is in second. Dex Karma has killed 2 of the epics. Dex Karma's in first, the Sarge is second, Phoenix Audubon is in third, Rain Rainbow kills another epic, and we are done. We have won! And I've completed 1 stage of that quest. Dex Karma is in first place, 26 kill, 1 assist. Sergeant Kate Dog is in second place, 1 kill, 9 assist. And Phoenix Audubon is in third, 3 kill, 5 assist. We've got vampires that no one is currently claiming. So, Ensoraptor and Silver the Diamond Witch get bitten. And we move on to a very hard battle before the gold chest. Oh, actually, no, it should be good. I'll do that afterwards. Alrighty. Well, since nobody shows up, I'll make the this smaller. It is past 2 p.m., so let's drop by to collect this quest. And then visit the shop where fairies get purchased. I am above 20k. I get a refresh. I'm above 25. I get another refresh. I'm above 30. And, ooh, fairies. Alrighty, and that is that. So half an hour to see how this turns out. And to check in on the viewer side, where archers get purchased. I am above 50k. I am above 55. I am above 60. And I am still above 65. And yeah, I'm still above 70. Huh. And that is that. Yes, they are sunsetting it. Hey, Angst, welcome to the stream. Yeah. Yep, they are sunsetting it. There is already a spiritual successor in the works. I am on their Discord. I am keeping track of it because I definitely plan on giving it a try when it becomes available. I mean, this is going to be one of the rare times that if I can be an alpha tester, I will do so because I really like this concept and I'm hoping that the successor will follow the trend. How are you doing today, Angst? You are all right. You managed to successfully deep fry one cheese stick earlier. Congratulations. I am doing okay on the whole. Better uh, since Samar Faye uh, pointed me to this recovery app because the Windows Photo app deleted all my videos. I went on my rant about that earlier, and I'm not really going to do it again, other than to say that a photo app with something called gallery should not be able to delete the files. It should just be holding the file thumbnails of the files. So recovering recovering from the recycled bin brought some back, but only a fraction. And with this app, looks like I will be getting more. Like, it looks like if this is the best I can get, I'll have to redo today's read and correct, and that's it. If that's the case, I'm not going to complain too loudly. I will be right back. Well, the thing is, well, I'll do it from YouTube if nothing else. Which, thank you for reminding me that. Yes, I'll be able to grab today's reading correct and do it that way. Yes, thank you. I that had utterly escaped me. Uh, there's still 30% of the drive left to scan, so I'm hopeful that they'll be in there. If not, yes, with what actually for today, yeah, I'll be able to download. Actually, I don't know. I couldn't find the recording from Twitch. I mean, I've looked at YouTube and I can get that from YouTube. So that's worst comes to worst. But yeah, I was trying to figure out if I could find the actual file on Twitch, and all I've been able to find in content are clips and stuff. So, oh no, wait a minute, it's actually here. How did I miss that? So yep, it's right here. Yep, I'll be able to download it, and then it'll just be a question of throwing it in. Um, Toy. Where's my calendar among the mess that I've made of my desktop? There you are. So this Thursday we have one. And the next one I have is on the 20th of March, which would literally be after the one. Because let me. So tomorrow, okay, yeah, tomorrow, and then one after that on the 13th of March, and I can book you for the 20th of March, which would be a week after that. Will that work for you? Well, I've got you on the calendar for the 13th of March. Um, if it ended up there by accident, do you want it? All right, then you are scheduled in for the 13th of March. I don't know if this will reach the end before the stream will be over. Oh, apologies. Apologies. It is saying that it's got an hour left, so it'll be very, very close. But that number's been going up and down all throughout the. assist. If you got a chest with laurels, where do you find it to open it? Um, Spending your laurels, that you go to the store. That's gonna work better this way. You go to the store and you use your laurels to open the old or the new god chest. And you can also claim free laurels once a day, and they'll give you stuff. You need 25 laurels each time, which claiming them gives you stuff. Really? You should, if you click on buy for 25 laurels, you should get a chest reward screen like this. And if you have enough laurel, you can buy another one. And there's, if you look at the exclamation mark, sorry, the I, it will tell you what you can get in those chests. Huh. I mean, the odds are the screen may have glitched and not brought up what you got, but the odds are you got something. I'm sorry, not the odds are. You have gotten something. It could be a scroll, it could be gold. But, that is the process. And yeah, Anx, to go back to you answering my question, I suspect that a lot of people have been leaving StreamRaider early, kind of thing. Not seeing the point if, at the end of March it's going to end. Why invest energy in something that you won't be able to do anything with? So, I suspect that you are correct. Alrighty, Ekla. Thank you for dropping by. Have yourself a good rest of the day. You have to go somewhere, fame. All right. Thank you very much for dropping by. Thank you immensely for the assistance. This will definitely make my life easier. Oh, you have to go in. I see. Sorry I misread. But then thank you for staying around. Weather is nice. Cool. That's one I've never seen. You kept $2 today? Uh, congratulations. I feel that with lack of context, I don't appreciate how important that is. But congratulations. Your insurance is a program where each month you save up you have up to $30. Ah, very nice. Very cool. Oh, speaking of which, I need to look into something. Yeah. Oh, okay. So that's what I was missing. I did not activate you. You know what? Let's not get distracted. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 25 allies. We're going up against 19 enemies, and we are off with Shaka in first place Moose takes over that. Shaka's in second. Let's see. Summerfay is in second place. Summerfay takes over first. Moose is in second. Rain Rebel is in third. Summerfay is still in first. Rain Rebel is in second. Moose is in third. And what do we have left? Nothing. We're done. We've won. Summerfay is in first place. 7 kill, 5 assist. Rain Rebel is in second place, 7 kills, 3 assists, and Dax Karma is in third, tied with Moose, 3 kills each. We've got gold, and the captain's not here. We've got fairies, we've got shinobis, we've got no one claiming those. So, Silver, the Diamond Witch, gets gold, Lucifer gets wings, and Maggie gets shinobis, gets stabbed. And yes, I get fairies, which is what I need to raise my unit. Alrighty, and on to the gold chest for the last battle of the day. And, yep. More fairies, because I need the assists. I'm gonna let you guys take the front on this one. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. You will get your fairy eventually? Cool. Until you have a rogue that looks like one. Very nice. What was I doing? Oh, yeah, that. Uh, so, did you not take it, or what? I guess I'll find out next time I go to use it if it's been activated. Which will probably be this weekend. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 16 allies. We're going up against 45 enemies. And Rain Rebo starts us in the lead. Quinn is in second. Shaka is in third. Jumps to first. Rain Rebel is in second. Silver is in third. Why am I staying away from everything? Come on. I'm supposed to go heal people. I thought the fairies went to... Or is literally no one damaged in our team? Like, are we that efficient that nobody's getting hurt? So yeah, I should be going for that one who's hurt. And I did, okay. Alrighty, and we're almost done. There we go, we're done, we've won. Lucifer is in first place, 17 kill, 12 assist, earning themselves top position in both categories. Dax Karma is in second place, 10 kill. Reina Rebol is in third, 3 kill, 5 assist. We have gold, and the captain's not there. We've got Shinobis that no one is currently claiming. So Shaka gets gold, Navo gets stabbed. And we move on. Nope. This is done. We are done for the day. Tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, placement will start for an insane battle. We will then have skin, the boss, and whatever the next map brings, which will probably be the last map of the event. Tomorrow the event ends, and the Valentine one starts on Thursday. So, I hope to see you then. The owl has held you captive. All right. I need to do something. Alrighty, with the writing done, well, the writing didn't happen. With the day done, I will, let's see, who's there? Angst is not streaming. All right, so we will raid Christy Harter. Alrighty, thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. Thank you very much for the assistance. Summer Faye with retrieving my lost files. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Stepping Wild, and in the afternoon, The Captain's Heart. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you when I see you.